Good afternoon, everyone. We're finally back, kind of. Still in the process of unpacking for our move, but we are here. Gonna attempt to stream today and kind of just hope for the best, kind of get back to some sense of normalcy. But we'll see how things go. It has certainly been a while. The accident, the stream, that was me, by the way. Sorry about that. We're obviously going to kick it off with some more Bazaar today. But I am very excited to be back. I updated my Streamlabs before getting on today, and I did see that I now have a play ad button, even though I don't have an ad manager in my Twitch settings. I think this is part of like the features that they're rolling out more of the affiliate stuff to just kind of everybody. Affiliate is still going to have some things, but yeah, so it looks like maybe that's what's going on here. I don't know. I mean, I have a button in my activity feed that says play ad, that pre-rolls are currently enabled, and that I should run an ad to disable pre-rolls. So I don't know if that button actually works. I'm going to try it. I have my stream open on like a private tab to see, just to check for myself if this is something that actually works or if this is like a bug. But I definitely want to get that done before we start the stream, just to disable pre-rolls in case anyone else does come into the stream. And I want to try and do that at the top of every hour. So I'm going to go ahead and hit that button now, and we'll see what happens. Play ad. I don't know. So it's giving me the option for like 30, 60, 90, and 120 seconds. I don't know which one we're supposed to do, or if it's even going to let me do anything. It's currently set default to 60. It's not really doing anything, so maybe it's a setting that I can't even do anything with. Maybe that's just saying when that's enabled. I can go ahead and do something with that. Let me see. Oh, I see. It's because the window was a bit too small for that. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and try and run a 60-second ad, and we'll see how it goes. I do apologize, but let me go ahead and do that. Actually, let me check the other tab to see if that's currently going. It doesn't look like it, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Can't really see it. So I'm not sure. I'm going to continue to talk through that, though, because I don't know if an ad is actually playing or not. But I currently do not see it on the stream. I'm going to refresh just in case. But I don't see anything. So maybe not. Maybe it's just maybe it's just a weird setting. I don't know. I'm not sure. I do know that my activity feed kind of disappeared a little bit, so I'm not sure what is going on with that. When I did attempt to play an ad, like I said, I have no idea. I have no idea. But I guess we'll just go with that for now. Anyway, hopefully, I mean, if an ad is not playing, hopefully everyone's been having a good day. I'm just gonna go ahead and get into it. It's been about 60 seconds already, so yeah, so let's go ahead and fire up the Bazaar. Sort of get into it. Okay. All right. Seems good enough there. My activity feed is still displaying as weird, so I'm not sure if that worked or not. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, we are back here in the Bazaar. Since the last time I streamed this game, it went through a lot. It's currently in its 1.0 patch cycle. The game has officially launched. It is free to play. No longer in beta. They did a lot of changes that we'll go over here real quick. So, a big point of contention was the monetization, and now there is no longer a paid battle pass. You can pay to skip 15 tiers initially at any point, but there is only one track for the battle pass. And all battle pass levels are now 500 exp each. It does not scale up per level, and basically you can get everything for free. There is still the subscription that you can pay for, which is $9.99 a month, which gives you double exp and double chests when you play ranked and get to those specific thresholds, the 4, 7, and 10 wins. But yeah, now the pass is 60 levels, and the first 30 levels, you get something like new every 15 levels. So the first two, at 15 and 30, you get the various expansions. I already have Dooley's expansion unlocked, and I'm working on getting to Vanessa's, which is at 30. Cat, do you want? Okay, nope, you're gonna lie down right there. Okay. So I'm working on getting to Vanessa's expansion, and at 45, you get a cosmetic rug. And then at 60, you get a diamond skin, which it looks like it's for pig this time. So that's really cool. They added in a cosmetic shop, which a lot of people said they wouldn't mind paying for cosmetics. This changes every day. Right now, it's a rug that I don't really want. There is a Vanessa skin that I saw yesterday. There was also a Dooley diamond skin, which is pretty cool, but there's a specific Vanessa skin that I want. So hopefully that comes in handy. I still have been keeping up with Bazaar when I can. There were a couple of days where I couldn't play very much, which is fine. I mean, they give you so much time to complete the dailies, and I am a subscriber, so yeah, I mean, double EXP certainly helps. But they did introduce a new hero, which is Mac. And you can unlock him for 3,000 gems, or I believe if you start off fresh, like a fresh account, your first two heroes are discounted at various levels, and then the last one is not. So in this case, If you had not unlocked Pig or Dooley, you could unlock Mac for a lesser amount of gems, assuming you have enough. Other than that, Mac cost 3,000. I had like 10k gems, so that was pretty easy. But yeah, another thing with the expansions, Mac doesn't have one. So let's go to Dooley. So expansions you can no longer toggle off. They're on all the time, and it makes it a level playing field now. So you don't have to necessarily worry about manipulating the items that you receive throughout the game, throughout your run. They're always on, and so it tries to level the playing field that way. And because everyone atypically should have every expansion moving forward from here, they will always be on, and so your pool of items will always expand, making it so that the longer the game goes on, the harder it is to actually set up a build, because you can't turn on and off expansions at will. The devs also did some really cool stuff, where if you because of the rough monetization that was initially implemented last season, whether or not you completed the battle pass or not, they just gave you all of the rewards that weren't like extra. So you got both expansions and all the stuff that led up to them at that point, up until level 30, I believe. Everything else beyond that was just like extra. So you ended up getting everything, regardless of whether or not you completed the season, which is a good move by the devs for sure. Definitely a good move. It was a nice gesture of goodwill, and I'm sure a lot of people appreciated that. So yeah, I mean, things just ended up going in a good direction. I think there are some things that could still be done better as far as like balance, but we've already had a couple of hot fixes since then. Couple of patches to balance Mac. Mac was a lot more powerful at the start, but now, I mean, still pretty strong. But he is pretty weak in comparison to the other heroes in terms of like starting power. He has the lowest starting health of all the heroes. He starts at 200, which is 50 below Dooley, which means that Mac can actually lose fights on day one that aren't the Viper. But yeah, let's just go ahead and get into it. I do have my rank ticket, but I'm not going to use it for Mac. We're just going to do a normal run. But Mac is pretty interesting. He is kind of a synergistic hero like Dooley. So not being able to get something strong going at the start, and even throughout the rest of the run, is pretty difficult to do. I'm gonna go with enchanted item and kind of hope for the best. Shiny letter opener. Okay, with that, I guess we're gonna kind of go for a rug build and hope for the best. Mac, depending on how you build him, doesn't have the best weapons. In this case, it's gonna be pretty. It's probably gonna be a pretty rough start, if I'm being completely honest. But we'll see how things sort of turn out. Okay, let's skip you. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty tough one. 200 health. I don't think. Well, no, I should be able to beat the Viper with this setup, I think. I mean, this potion is a guaranteed crit, and then this does double damage, so yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine with this one. Perfect.
Another specimen for my collection.
That hopefully? Toxic Fang? No. I have not received Toxic Fang from that guy in like forever. Small items, sure.
I would never debase my wares by haggling.
Slow. I don't really have anything that slows. Okay, Cat, do you want to go out? Alright, here you go. Here. Here you go. Here you go. No, what? Coming back in? Yes? No? Cat, I am streaming. You must make a decision. No. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. Oh, cool. That's nice.
Want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Slower poison charge. Yeah. Small weapon, sure. And of course, I get Spider Mace. Oh man, it would have been nice if I could get the floor spike. I don't know if that's bronze. I think it is. Another Mac. If this Mac is running any kind of poison, I'm probably cooked. Also, another viable strategy with Mac. Ugh, that's rough. Is knee brace. If you can get knee brace to diamond, if you can get knee brace pretty early, and you can get to diamond and get an like an enchantment on it, it can go pretty hard. Because knee brace can only have one enchantment now, and it's always shiny. At diamond, you get 400 health per time you encounter like a PvP fight. And shiny would double that to 800, which is crazy. Mac kind of needs it though. So if you run into like Curio, it's probably good to go ahead and do that. Potion? Sure. Let's see what we got. Got one of those. Okay. We want to eventually look and probably get a lifesteal potion.
Being an elder,
something like that.
One perspective. Youth has its own wisdom.
Crit, burn. Maybe we can get strength. 20. Alright, that's fine.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Bronze item. Ooh, voice crack there for a second. Yeah, let's upgrade the letter opener. Nice. Cool. I don't know if I can beat the rogue scrapper. I'm gonna try. I have a feeling this is a bad idea. But we're gonna go for it anyway, because why not? Yeah, my activity feed in my OBS is not returned, so I do not know what is going on. Weird.
Not all my subjects survive my experiments.
Oh. What the hell? Okay, well that is odd. Alright, anyway. I think we beat the scrapper. Yeah, we did. Oh, good. I might be able to transform that in a bit. Let's get a tool. Interesting. Okay. Quixel.
Or something. be a part
Sure.
of the Grand Society of blah blah blah?
I guess we'll reroll. Nightshade. It's 3 extra poison. Nah. I'm sure I'll regret that
Why
decision.
must we do this? Death laughs at us.
You should know.
Yep.
I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Yep. This is pretty rough. I might lose just off of catfish. No. I might lose off of seaweed, actually.
Defeat does not
never mind.
defeat me.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Well, that's good. Not going to complain about that.
After all these centuries, there is still
Weapon, loot. Let's get a weapon. Ice Claw. That's an interesting one. I don't really have any freeze, so I guess that will be weird. Guess I'll go for chocolate. Now, do I go for small items or do I transform? I think I'm gonna try and transform that med kit, hopefully into something good. Incense. Not really, but also not the worst. I think we're good here.
A lot of work to do.
I don't know.
This'll be fun.
All right.
But the bazaar will go dark without me.
Oddly enough, Freeze Glove works pretty good for Mac, because Mac tends to be slow. It's just that I don't really know how I would get this to really work, aside from 2 diamond freeze potions along with a boiling plate, but even then, I'm not too sure. That's like extremely specific.
And sometimes I sell stuff.
Sure, why not?
Enjoy your purchase.
Runic Great Axe. 100% crit. That is worth considering, so I'll just put that over there for now. Non-weapons. Let's go for a fight, hopefully. Nice. Okay.
See this wrench? How about a closer look?
Yeah, we need like Poppy Fields or Floor Spike would be good. Like I said, Lifesteal Potion. Probably the carpet.
You're tougher than you look.
Actually, Energy Potion wouldn't be too bad as well. Nice.
With each new discovery,
Bronze item. I guess we'll upgrade the claw.
true beauty.
30 damage for the fight. Potion. Sure.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern.
Oh, interesting. Might lose this one. Or not. That's surprising. Oh, they had the gold skill too. Huh. Alright, well, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to complain about that. I still don't have a lot of life, though, so this is probably going to go pretty poorly soon. Medium items. We're in day 4, okay.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Bottled explosion. Chunk of lead. Sure.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Could get some kind of gold engine going. Maybe, potentially. Just sell you. Even though it's nothing. Even though we get nothing in return, that's still kind of fine. Alright.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Oh man. I really wish we had like floor spike.
Buyer's
That's
remorse
fine
never
to
be
increase the
remorseful.
poison. Like I said, we need floor spike, we need poppy field, something like that. We really don't have a build. Like, this is just random bullshit. So yeah, probably not great. We're gonna try the retiree, even though he's pretty powerful. I thought about going after the prince, but nah. Probably a bad idea. Probably a bad idea. Okay, this is where things are gonna start to get not good. Freeze. Didn't freeze the thing that I wanted, but that's fine. We still made it. Spare change. Golf clubs.
Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
Slow. I don't have any slow things.
When
Noisy
you're ready,
cricket.
I'll send you to Orland, but I'll keep you as long as I can.
Okay.
You warriors
Weapons.
look to retire. Buy my weapon. And when
Okay.
you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Damn, still no floor spike. That sucks.
People
Okay.
first, profit 10.
Well, there's the carpet.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you leave.
Okay, so we have a couple of sources here. 2 items for 1. Okay, let's try and put in the carpet. Let's try something like that. Dooley.
But only so that
I saw
can
they had
study.
1 win. Remember to hydrate, folks. 1 win. Ooh, bugs. This guy might actually kick my ass. Yeah, that burned. Oh, maybe? Oh, nice. Okay. That was pretty close. Not bad, though. Cool. Looks like we get to keep our streak for a little bit longer. Still don't know what I'm gonna do with those. Let's go ahead and transform. Let's sell you. Transform you. Potion. Really after the gold. It's fine.
I'm finished with fighting.
Alright.
But I can help. Use it
Carpet.
once. Make me proud.
Ooh.
Nouveau teacher.
Still no floor spike,
I
though.
prefer action.
3 items. 40 when you freeze. I think we're gonna go after the rocket trooper. Flashy reload would be really nice. Gunpowder's good as well. Eagle Talisman. Keen Eye. There's a lot of stuff that would go well. So.
Oh, at least I'm on
Nice.
the count.
Okay. Cool. Oh, we got it.
The Bazaar has many secrets.
Alright. Not gonna complain about
uncover them all.
that. Loot. Let's actually get a reagent in case we get a transform event. Weapon. Prism. Okay. Yeah, we have to constantly ramp EXP on max, so whenever there's an opportunity to do so, we kind of need to take it. Alright. Cool. Alright, that's fine. I would have preferred a Fang or even the skill, but that's good too. Pig, 2
100
wins.
years when you are dust, I
Ah, that's a nice skin. It must have been one of the ones in the shop, I think. Or is that one of the ones? Or is that the diamond one? Might be the diamond one, actually. There we go. Nice. Ooh, maybe we can get this skill where whenever we freeze, crit goes up eventually. That'd be nice. Okay. Non-weapons. Guess.
No weapons? Leave with big
Small reagent. Is that better than the chunk of lead? Not really, because the chunk of lead gets us gold. I also do want it, though. We're not gonna use the great axe, so we'll just get rid of that. We'll get you.
Energy's resonating.
Put you over there. Okay. Not really what I want. Large items. Distillery. Hopefully we can get one.
so fight.
Oh, there's Poppy Field, but no distillery. Damn. that. Just got a message. Okay. It's too bad. The potion distillery would have been really nice, but oh well. It is what it is. You don't have anything that slows. I'm gonna attempt the loan shark.
Some financial assistance.
Maybe we can get the ATM, which should be good for our income overall. Okay. Good. Yeah, we really need to do something about our health. We're not really making it out all that well.
I see everything.
Be able to transform that. Silver lower tiered item. I think I'm going to actually upgrade the opener. More crit chances. Oh hey, we gotta transform. Okay, let's transform the shark. Not the best.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Now,
Sure.
if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Hey, there's Floor Spike. Finally got it.
Make a sale.
Okay.
Time to say goodbye.
We'll do that. That should be pretty alright. Okay.
I will leave you alive to learn the lesson.
Probably shouldn't have passed up on that poppy field. Hopefully we can get another opportunity for one. We'll see. Oh, he shielded at the last second. That's lame. Alright. Okay.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. Agent. Hey, that's
Nah.
okay. It's been nice talking to you. Just don't have time for
Potions.
your own, right? Of course.
No, not the one that I
may be
need.
young, but I'll out
That's too bad.
Power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
Let's go with weapon skills. Maybe we can get something good.
But you,
When you crit your weapons, gain 5. Sure.
today you have become slightly less weak. Ryokon is proud.
Yeah, let's try for Bonk, maybe.
Can't blame me for trying to survive.
Cool. Oh, that's a nice little boost. Give me a second. I need to check something. Sorry about this, guys.
There is much to do. We must never rest.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, let's get back into it. Wow.
Carry my weapon, I fight alongside.
All right. Oh, transform. I'll bite. Hmm.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
Yeah, we really need to find a way to increase our crit output. Uh-oh. I see seaweed, and I see catfish, and a gold poison skill. I don't like that. Not at all. Well, thankfully we made it. We also need to lower the cooldown on our ice claw. You need to have that going off as much as possible. Yeah, let's transform more stuff. Bottled tornado. Not really, but that is a very cool item.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. I used to
Hey.
offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
With enough power, I will
Loot.
defeat death itself.
Hey, XP. That's cool. I will take that. Oops. Wandering Shoal. Sure. I don't even know what I want from this fight, to be honest.
A waste of my time. But I do have plenty.
Well, I would be happy about that if I could use it at all, but not really. Okay, skills. Well, let's go for that. More damage is always good.
Any good fights lately? Well, I do. Use it well.
Great for floor
Make me
spike,
proud.
very nice.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Cool, cool.
Can.
You are a
All
child
right.
to me, and I will punish you.
So what kind of dually are you? Fire. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I'm not running a whole lot of fire, but that coolant is going to eventually be an issue. Alright. Great.
Another step forward on my path.
let's go and enchant.
Old friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you.
Turbo? Looks like turbo. Cool.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
All my weapons have been tested in battle. Have you?
Another transform. Ooh. Well, if it weren't so crucial to rely on energy potion, I would love that. Actually, hey Dad, what's up? Let's actually get rid of you, and let's put the sapphire in, because why not? Freeze 4 items for 2 seconds. I like that. Sounds good. Appreciate the follow, man. Hopefully you're having a good day. You and the fam. Alright. Working and lurking? I know that. I know that. That's good. Hopefully they're not keeping you too busy at work.
Man or beast. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, we'll just get rid of you. Sure.
The finer the meal.
Nope. And of course
If
not.
you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
Ah, man. Let's see if we can actually find a potion distillery. No, and no, because that would just be convenient. When you slow freeze, do we have anything with regeneration? We don't. We do not. So let's actually go with that. That's nice.
Hope you will recognize it.
I'll just make it so that we just don't run out of ammo ever.
I see the ultimate
Or
sign.
we shouldn't.
Will you get me any closer?
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Ooh, this guy started with a gold poison skill. Oh god. Beast of Burden and Yo-Yo. That's bad.
Well, I guess motivation.
Ah, that worked out though. Awesome. Damn. We almost got... Well, that seemed a lot more intimidating, but thankfully that worked out. Oh man, I'm just building up so many of these. Really wish we had a potion distillery, so that we could transform stuff whenever we go to the a shop.
I mean, help you.
Never lucky, I guess. Another opportunity.
Just trade boulders.
Poppy Fields. Oh, hey, we got it.
Coins are like dust.
That's cool.
But thank you.
Let's get rid of you. And... oh. It looks like I have a bugged place. Let me quickly exit and refresh.
Whatever that is for, I hope it pleases you.
Okay, try it again. There we go.
In and out, here and there, so rushed, so confused. I have 50
Probably
loaves
safe
to-
here. This will get us the level. I think we're gonna go. We want unwavering. I'm also not opposed to getting the ring, so we can get some of our prestige back.
Possible.
Okay.
Who are you?
Hey, nice.
Each new discovery,
Okay.
the formula of life is revealed.
Now we are just -1 prestige, which is good. Fire. Okay. Or ember, rather. We're gonna hit up a shop, so...
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns.
Nice.
Oh no, so
Um...
tiny.
Nah.
It's smaller than Quixel.
Nope.
Is it because I talk too slow?
Non-weapons? I mean, I guess Sapphire Energy Potion? Really don't have anything else, so...
Make deals, not war.
Just get one of those so that we can transform it later. There's Poppy Field, but right now I'm really liking the free setup that we have, even though it's kind of slow. Ooh, hey, Lonnie. I saw that you followed a while back. Ben was telling me about it. I appreciate the follow. Hopefully your workday is going pretty good as well.
If you knew
But
my
welcome
little
to the
brothers,
stream.
you would stand aside.
I heard that you have a friend that also VTubes. That's really cool. Ooh, drill. I think drill's gonna kick my ass. Yeah. Yeah. Well, glad we got the ring. Anything past day 10 is crazy, so... Oh, man. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Restorative fire. Nah.
Maybe if I got any goods.
Enchant with poison. Do we have anything that synergizes with poison? Not really. It still probably wouldn't be bad, though. I guess we'll poison the claw? Should scale with damage, which would be nice. Oh, maybe we can get another ring from Ark in here. Potentially save us another cheap death.
I have many enemies. Now I have one.
And... oh. That's disappointing.
Closer and closer.
Goodbye.
Hear my sister's laughter.
Upgrade. upgrade the carpet, the letter opener, the floor spike. I'm actually considering the sapphire because that's extra freeze, which gives us extra time. Yeah, we're gonna do that. 3 items for 1. That's nice. Small weapon, sure. Alright.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with.
Infinite potion. Not really what we're looking for, but that's fine.
Grotesque excess.
Nice. Vanessa, 9 wins. That's scary.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Probably weapons.
But if you insist.
So, no. Multi-weapons, yeah. Wow. Oh god, obsidian grenade. That's not good. Okay, we need to freeze that and keep it frozen. I mean, thankfully it doesn't have lifesteal, so...
Like my crew says at the bar.
Wow.
Another round.
I'm actually surprised that we won that one. I mean, their build wasn't good. They got to 9 wins with this build? That's so strange. I mean, this is good, but I would understand this. This doesn't make sense, nor does that, nor does that, nor does that. They have Bloodhound, which is good against me in particular because my life pool is shit. Yeah, it's so weird. I'm really surprised this made it that far, but it's probably just off of the grenade because of the damage. If anything, I was pretty lucky that it didn't crit, I don't think. Actually, let me watch that again. I want to check to see if I got crit at all by the grenade. Nope. 1 out of 1, or 0 out of 1. 0 out of 2. No. So I was pretty lucky that he missed both crits. Okay. Alright, well that kind of makes sense, I guess. If he crits, he likely decimates his opponent in 1 shot, so... Well... It do be like that. It do be like that. Yeah, not really. Don't really need any of that.
The
Okay.
Bazaar has many secrets.
Ooh,
I
maybe we
will
can get knife
uncover them
tricks.
all.
Chemical fire. First time you fall below half, heal for 30. First 10 times use poison each fight, charge 1 burn for 1 second. I am strongly considering chemical fire or healthy heart. Healthy heart allows me to survive, so I'll go with that for now. And hope that was the right call. Energy potion fortunately does not upgrade that, so freeze. But what would I even replace? I kind of need everything right now. I I mean, I guess I could kind of get rid of the obsidian shard. Let's not get rid of it. Let's test this out.
You wanna buy that? I mean,
Okay.
excellent choice.
Because I am losing damage. In fact, I'm losing my only lifesteal, which is pretty important. Should still be okay in this fight, though. This kind of has me going more all in on the Ice Claw, which, I don't know. I mean, I am stopping them from doing stuff, so that's probably good. It just sucks that we have to wait 9 seconds for things to happen, so...
People first, profit 10.
Fiery Shrinking Potion. Pretty cool, but not really what we need.
Enjoy your purchase.
Okay, this is technically the last day, so... Pig, 8 wins. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep the frost. I think we're gonna go all in on the freeze.
Noticed I'm huge?
Ooh, drum. Ooh, this could end poorly. He doesn't have a ton of life, but he has more than I do, so he's already like decimated my shield, and he's a slow boy. Yeah, no. Yep. Oh damn! I didn't even realize that the drum was heavy too. Oof. Gross. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and let's see here. Maybe we can get heavy on the energy potion. Actually, let's see what we get on the frost shield.
So close to failure, I must rise up.
Shield's okay. Let's get rid of you.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Man.
You're not ready to accept.
My mind glows. I see everything.
I mean, that's technically something.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can.
Alright. Do we beat... let's give it a try. I'm not sure if we win against the Awakened District. I might be too slow. We'll see. No, this should work out. Yeah. Yeah.
Disgusting creatures.
Land Scraper. We're good with you. This is the last day anyway, so...
Are tools weapons?
Win or lose.
Well, that's up to you.
Wow. obsidian regeneration. That's kind of nice. Ooh, boiling flask. I just do know what I would remove. I guess floor spike. Yeah, I don't know. Nah.
It's okay to just browse.
My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
I think here we're going to upgrade the potion because it will be one more target. Yeah, 3 items for 2. And let's just get a temporary boost. Let's give damage. Vanessa, okay. This is gonna be scary.
Years when you are past, I will remain.
Ooh, Eye of the Colossus. Yeah, that's... I'm pretty sure I'm dead here. Yeah, I just blew up my main damage source. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Figured that would happen. Pretty crazy builds. Obsidian Catfish, Icy Captain's Wheel, Eye of the Colossus. Pearl doesn't even matter. Well, it kind of does. This thing was fueling the eye along with the Icy Captain's Wheel on the shipwreck, so... Damn. Can't be too mad about that. Not bad. Not too bad. Yeah. Freeze was a bit too slow to go off, but you know what? All good. That's usually more successful than what my Mac runs end up being, so... Alright. Let's move to the next hero. We'll do Dooley, and we'll use the rank ticket on this one. Hopefully we can get some chests. That would be nice. Weaponized core, critical core. Charge 1. Okay. We'll try weaponized core. We are probably going to go for drill on this one. Radiant Blue Beetle. Why not?
Any good fights lately?
Drill? No.
The Bazaar is not kind to the weaponless.
6 seconds. Can we beat the Viper? I'd have to survive 24 seconds. I don't know. Let's try it. I am very worried. But we'll see. We should be okay, I think. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Gland again, man. Oh. Whoops. Let's go ahead and resume that.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, we can start getting some friends.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine is high. Buyer's remorse
Bug.
never. Be remorseless.
Nothing else. Okay. Ooh, this guy got the legendary dually skin. That's cool. Ooh, that's a nice back. Also weapon core. Ooh, he's probably gonna beat me then. I like this lab theme. It's really cool. Yeah, and he's got poison and scaling damage. Yeah, I'm dead. Super dead. Well played, well played. It's the first time seeing that board. I think it's really cool that you can see your opponent's boards when you face them. That's nice. Medium? Guess we can still look for the drill.
What can I get you? If
That's good.
it's right for you, bring it back.
Guess we're not looking
I
for the
want
drill.
you to be
Yep.
Pick that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Oh, we got another one. This hastes. Charge, yeah.
You've just taken the first step toward good.
Okay, we need. Only one. Come on,
If you
man.
want cheap junk, go see Curio.
All right, we'll go after the crab. This is bad. I should have more bugs by now, but I don't. Really worried about that. What the hell? Did that crit? Oh no, it's the shell. Okay. I was like, whoa. Like, where is that coming from? It's crazy. Hard shell's a good skill. Real good. And we got it. Yeah. Maybe we can get another bug. We did! Cool. Alright. Haste or slow, charge. Still can't really do anything with that. So we need another bug.
Come on in. Let's chat. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Poison. So we're missing the... not the beetle. Firefly, mantis, spider. I think the grasshopper? Poison or burn. So there. Burn, haste slow. Okay. Alright.
Go ahead, underestimate me.
Still don't have a drill. Not happy with that, but maybe this will be the Dualtron run. Can get some Megazord action going on. I think Dualtron starts at gold. So I'm gonna lose this one just off of the poison. Yeah. Shielded jellyfish. That's too much. Too much. Yeah, this is kind of not a good start. It's pretty crucial to win the early days. Since we are not doing that, that puts us in a bind.
I can feel our energies resonating.
Alright. Free upgrade.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Damn, still no drill. On day 3, that's crazy. Well, okay. We are pretty weak, so we're gonna go after the Flame Dancer.
That's offensive.
Oh man, this is rough.
I've brought shame to the Volcander Islands.
Gold. Okay. That's helpful. Can we get the other bug?
I think that suits you beautifully.
Cannot. Man. Okay, I'm gonna do this just because we need scaling damage.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
There's the drill. And we have enough. Okay.
If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Really wish we had the... Really wish we had the poison bug.
We're
We do
out
not.
to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Uh-oh. Weapon build. That's not good. Yeah.
I paint my shit
Yeah.
red, but I don't.
10% chance to crit. And I got crit by like every item. Insane. That is my luck with crits. Always.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. Okay, now sell me something. Something huge.
Sure, let's damn, not the bug. Man, missing that one bug is really, really not good.
Dervishes, strike like a
This should be alright for the drill though. Just better if we had that synergy.
The dunes favor you, Inlander.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't won yet, which is bad. Or a PvE fight, I mean. Okay, hopefully we can get the one that we're missing. Okay, we can. Wasp.
Light your way.
Great. So we move that there. Burn. Haste or slow. Then we move. I think that is correct. Poison, burn, burn. Poison. Okay, good.
Curio sells junk. We read.
Perfect. All the Power Rangers assembled, aside from the aside from the Megazord.
Captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh, that's bad. Poison. Golden poison skill. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose because of seaweed.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Yep. This item needs to be nerfed into the floor. It is too powerful. I understand that it's Vanessa's only good healing item, but you kind of need to do a better job, like, than that. Kind of need to do better.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help.
Drill, that's always nice.
I prefer action.
Sure, it's actually pretty good.
I think you had a breakthrough.
Maybe we can get slow, or oh, the boots is actually good.
Tragedy. Reuse everything.
It can up our mantis there. It's fine. We're still pretty weak. I'm gonna go with a saber tooth. It feels really bad. We should be at least level 6 to 7 right now, and we're not even there. We're not even close. Okay.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation. Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Items,
never
yeah.
debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Damn.
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
I think if we're lucky enough to find pyrocarbon, well, assuming we live long enough for that, that would be nice. Weapons, shit. Probably gonna get bursted down. Yeah.
You fall
Yeah.
like a boulder. I flow like a wave.
Oh, this is bad. 5 losses in a row. Shit. That's not good. Build started off a little too slow. Very unfortunate. Yeah, we're probably not going to get much out of this run, unfortunately. Pyrocarbon, darn.
You might try JJ's
Okay.
shop.
Not the friend we were looking for.
Come with no weapons?
Okay.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
Man, this is rough. We're just not getting what we need. Like, at all. I really don't want to use my cheat death this early into the run. But it looks like we may not have a choice. We just don't have what it takes to sustain a consistent amount of damage, even though we have scaling. Feels pretty bad. Wow, we didn't even get the skill. We need the skill or the salamander puppet. We got neither, so that puts us even further behind.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Yeah.
Well, howdy, hero.
And I don't even know. That's good. Take that too. Alright. Another Vanessa. This one's 3 wins.
We're out to dethrone a king,
2 hours,
not
0.
to squabble with nobodies.
Solo weapon, cutlass, 46% chance to crit, which means it's 100% chance for me. And they have lifesteal. So, come on. Burst them down.
You've got
Okay.
talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Well, it's good that we got a win, but it's gonna be rough from here on out. Well, it's been rough. It's just gonna scale up. Once you get past day 10, you're kind of in a lot of trouble. So, no, we need to do better than that. Okay. Okay. That was kind of worth it. Normally I wouldn't do that because 4 is really costly to re-roll. Yeah, we're just so weak. I think we just have to go for the sergeant.
10 years in the Outlands to take disrespect from you.
Actually, anything here would be good, so that we can sell it for more money.
I lost
Nice.
a limb in every Outland. I'll regrow this one too.
I do eventually want to switch out the weapon core, but that's kind of our scaler right now, so I don't know.
People first.
We'll see. Maybe we'll keep him around. Can get an enchant on him eventually or something.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. I guess.
Well, yeah, just in case we find the pyrocarbon. Okay.
When we are finished, may I dissect you?
That's
for
a big if. But we'll see. Uh-oh. Femur. Ooh. Yeah, this might not be good. Oh, great. He gave him lifesteal. Awesome. Yeah, nope.
I
We
am
just
seeking
don't
gold
do
in a
enough
world of
fast
lead.
enough. Shit. Damn.
There's more to your destiny than gold.
Greetings,
No,
old
we really
friend.
want
I'm pleased
something
to
else. We
finally
want
meet
like
you.
fire or slow. Okay, fire's good. Hmm. Maybe. Do I give up damage scaling though? I think that's a bad idea.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Tell everyone you got it here.
Oh. Oh man, I wish I could. Let's do that. In fact, let's do that. Just not enough. Oh man. 4 items. I can't. I cannot. That feels awful.
Speed doesn't come from muscles. It comes from beyond the body.
Scaling burn could be good.
How thin the barrier really is.
Sure. It's something, I guess. We don't have any crit. Need to catch up on EXP, so hopefully we can beat this guy. Slow burn would be good to get. Alright. Darn. When you slow... Maybe this could be the scaler. Maybe.
Make deals, not war.
That's for Dualtron. Got it. Well, we don't have Dualtron, so I guess that's not happening. Yep, more shields. Another dually. Uh-oh. Obsidian Bulldozer. Oh god. Okay. Yep, this is not good. Wow. Okay. Alright, yeah, we kind of need the gold.
I've salvaged more Joyticans to join you on your mission. I
Cool.
hope our friends help you, sir.
Have you ever considered becoming triangular?
Shield, please? Thank you. Alright. Cool. All right.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. Use that for the good of all.
Ooh. Do I want to put shield on the firefly? I mean, more shield is always good. Unless you're up against poison and then you're kind of fucked, but... Okay.
Master craftsman. Me? Try my best.
Wow.
I hope you come back. In one piece.
Back.
I will fight you, but only so that I can.
Probably exactly the person I did not want to run into. Library. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah. Yeah, so much regeneration. There's literally nothing I can do. Yep. Exactly the person I didn't want to run into, and that's how it goes. Run got off to way too slow of a start. Pretty unfortunate. Well, at least it was the free run for today, which is good. Okay. Let me see. We'll do another ranked run in a second, but I've been getting some chests here, so let's go ahead and open some. Oop, there we go. Cool. I think the only new one we got was the potion. Oh, we got this as well. Nice. All right. Let's continue. Let's do a ranked run with Pig. Let's see. Steam ladle. Yo-yo. Steam ladle, why not?
If you have to ask the price, you You can't afford it.
Ooh, that's
You wanna
good.
buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Sure,
Whoever
let's get
said money
bird.
can't buy class had neither.
Wow.
Tell everyone you got it here. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll probably be fine against this dude. Normally I take my items off, but I actually want to see if we can burn him down, which I'm sure we can. Yeah, we're good. Just have to find a cold room and a bunch of freeze stuff.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me.
Alright. Oof, Long John. No, thank you, but thanks. Medium, small... Small tool? Hatchet. We'll eventually sell that, so let's start,
Make deals.
let's start
not
with
war.
that. Sure.
Feel our energies resonating.
I should warn you, I am like other Jabarians.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Ah, poison. Well, he has no regen, so we should be able to burn him down.
All
Yeah.
change begins in the heat of the crucible.
Okay. Not a bad start. Not too bad. XP, please. Thank you.
Now that's giving up the business.
Maybe we can get a burn skill? No. Sure.
Takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Actually... Yeah, let's go for a fight. Hopefully we can get one. We cannot. Ooh, matchbox. Alright. I think we can beat the rogue scrappers, so let's go for it. I'm not gonna bother to do any math. Not that I do anyway, but we should be fine. I hope. Oh yeah, we're good. Seemed like we weren't gonna be for a second.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Start a combat slow. Medium. We're gonna go with income actually.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. happy to make
I actually like the pickles, so we're gonna go with that.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Alright.
Boring.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes
We've
this more
got
fun.
fiery catfish. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Looks like we'll be okay, but...
Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
Alright, so actually shouldn't move that there. Weapons gain 1. Eh.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with. Happy to exploit you. I mean,
Okay.
help you.
Non-weapon item. Maybe we should get... I think I'm gonna go here and try for a medium. Alright. I mean, that's something. I think we're gonna go for the street gamer. Because the refresh skill is actually pretty good here. Also, getting the silver pickles isn't bad either. Well, since this is going to be an attrition battle, hopefully I'll come out on top. Looks like I will, but... Only just. Okay. And to the right. Ooh, quite a bunch here. % crit. Ooh, okay. Let's just get rid of you already. You as well. Keep you in there, and then we'll take the cash register, which is a good pickup. Small items, okay.
Base my wares by haggling. You're a smart one for your size.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Oh, let's upgrade the card here. That way we can start getting more more income as the days go on. Let's do this. this. Okay, so we want... Let's see... Items to the left. Let's get rid of you. I guess we'll do that, Something like that. Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Alright, so... this is gonna be pretty rough. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose just off of the damage. Oh, really? I needed one more tick for that? Come on. That is dumb. Can't believe I lost off of that. Okay.
All things in moderation. Life and business.
Okay, I really need, like, cold room. Because right now, we don't really have a whole lot going.
You say old. I say thoroughly tested.
I guess we'll go here. It probably should be okay, but I don't know. Yeah, because we really need to scale the damage on the ladle, but we need freeze, and we haven't run across any freeze stuff so far.
Lads will never let me forget this.
Well, it would be nice if we had some kind of ammo, but we do not.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
I'm to the left, crit. Let's get rid of that. Let's put that there. Marbles, maybe? Slow an item for 2. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
You're all
Okay.
that guided me to what you needed. Use that for the good of all.
Still no cold room. Don't have a core. Haste for 1 second. Alright.
If the elder could see
Okay,
me
some kind
now.
of fire skill. Leftmost. Overheal. Alright. Overheal it is. Even though we
Notice I'm here
probably aren't really going to be able to utilize it that much.
other Jabalians.
Could be good.
And I still lost.
All right. I did not expect that effectiveness, but I'm here for it.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Let's see. Sure.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you
Still no cold room. That is concerning. Oh, bird. Okay. I think we can beat Mod Squad, so we're gonna go for it. Looks like we can beat Mod Squad, in fact. Crypto's nice. Okay, hopefully that gets to 20 soon. Non-weapon item. Sure.
The joy of more. Bring it in.
Silver tier item. Ah, I was hoping that would be cold room because it was medium. Darn. 5.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
Sure.
That suits you beautifully. Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Signet ring. Okay. Oh, there we go. That is a bugged item, by the way. It used to be bugged in that you could never get to the maximum threshold. Like if it was like 20, it would always go to just below it, 19, and now it's over. Now it can go way over the amount. Well, not way over, but like, you know, like you saw there, it was 23. So, increase its value. There is an argument to be made for that. Especially if I eventually sell it. Alright, sure.
You're a smart one for your size.
Okay. Up against the Mac.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern.
It's a really nice card back. I like it. Uh-oh, Vat of Acid. Even though this got nerfed, it's still pretty powerful, I imagine. Yeah.
Merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Yep. Man, it would be really nice if we could get cold room. Really nice. Kind of great. There we go. There we go.
This is a gift at any price.
Um,
Never resell this.
yeah, we'll just do that. What can we minimize out? That's a tool. It's not a toy. Okay. Hopefully we can get this upgraded soon. Yeah, we need health. Normally I wouldn't do that, but hopefully that's enough to make up the difference. I think we want to go for Zookeeper because we still want to scale the matchbox. So hopefully we get this salamander pup. Even Toxic Friendship's okay. If anything, we want to scale the healing on the bird. So we can get more regen. Seems to be working out pretty okay. Oh, more gold. Very good.
The world is pretty scary.
Nice.
Mama?
Now that's given up the
Oh, perfect.
People first, profit 10th.
For 12 seconds. It's a bit much right now. Piggy bank.
Yeah,
Why not?
If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
my people.
All right.
Boring. You do.
Ooh, square pig.
Right.
Ooh, that's a yikes. Yep. That's death. Just off the Edlotl.
Was invigorating.
Yeah. That is scary. That build has, like, literally not changed ever. Sure. That's good.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Bird and upgrade for succulents, which is good. For sure, that's good enough. Small, large.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. I've got 4 legs because I carry this company.
Okay, we need to get like snow globe or even ice cream truck wouldn't be bad either. Yeah, one of those two. Go with marbles? Yeah, we'll hold off for now. Okay. Can we burn down ghost pepper? We're gonna try. Because we really want his skill, but there's a chance that we may not. Oh no, I think this is over. Yeah, he's got too much.
Wait till tomorrow.
Didn't scale fast enough. Damn. Okay.
Oh, hello. Welcome to my business. GSMM manual, page 320. Don't let feelings blind you to profit. Oh, look. It's so tiny. Oh, okay.
No, we need
maybe
like something better than that.
I should warn you, I look like other Jabarians.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh god. Seaweed. Yeah, literally this is gonna gatekeep me from winning this fight.
I paint my ship red, but I don't.
Seaweed is such a shitty ass item. Like, it's been a known issue for probably like a year, and the devs still haven't addressed it.
What's your favorite color?
It's actually insane.
Sadness.
Like, please, like, get rid of that item. That item is terrible.
You're not growing, you're failing.
It's so bad.
I am not a warrior. I am just a man who has lived a long time.
Like, why would you let that constantly happen?
Soon I think you will be ready for
That's crazy. Why would you let an item that's that oppressive stay in the meta? Hero merchant, small weapon. Sure.
I will allow you to admire my collection.
It's icy.
I know you will use that against me. That is, you'll try.
Let's give it a shot.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. See that mountain? That's home. You might have what you need.
Dragon. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Oh, we are going to be... Oh, we're in a lot of trouble now. Oh, come on, man. God. We just can't catch a break. Good Lord. This is actually crazy.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable. And that's how a master merchant makes a sale.
So annoying.
Happy to exploit you. I mean help you. Not what
Okay. No. No. Yeah, I guess we'll go with skills.
I will share mine with you. I do not teach violence.
All right.
Mastery over it.
My dreams are
Oh man.
for you to steal.
Oh boy. This is bad. It must be the new Vanessa board. It's really cool. All right. Pretty good. That's a really cool board. I like it.
I've got everything.
Okay, we need to upgrade this. It is a tool. There we go.
Bucket saved my life once. You just never know.
Need to get that to diamond ASAP. Oh damn, we're really far behind. I didn't realize that.
What you're fighting for.
In terms of levels. I don't even know if we beat him. I don't think so. I think we have to go for the Blood Reef Captain. It feels pretty awful, but we kind of need more interactivity with the board.
I failed.
There we go. Okay. Hero merchant. I think we're just gonna go for gumballs instead. Okay.
Come with no weapons? You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Darn. Vanessa. Okay.
Sure. Have you noticed I'm huge?
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Heavy lighthouse. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm dead.
Bravery without strength is a sword without
Too slow. Well, rather got slowed. That's crazy.
Most Chevalians will never notice.
Alright. Got 2. Alright, let's do maybe a couple more. Actually, let me open up 10 from the beta season here. Still no legendary skin. Unfortunate. All right. We did pig. Played everyone but Vanessa, so let's go for a Vanessa run. I actually haven't played Vanessa in a while, so let's see what we can get here. Radiant powder flask, grappling. Ugh, these are all kind of bad. I guess we'll just go with the flask.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying. I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
Okay. Not super useful right now, but that's fine.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
I mean, that's pretty slow.
I respect new food, but bare hands are not enough.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
25% chance to
We're out
crit.
determine king, not to squabble.
Hopefully we can
with
get
nobody.
some crits in.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Okay. Wow.
Next time, boys, less blunder.
Literal
more plunder.
25%. 1 out of 4. That is crazy. I don't even know if that's working correctly.
The smaller the portions, the finer the... Tell everyone you got it here.
Full sail, my boys.
I spent half my life mastering that technique. So, like, 9 years.
Medium.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. Oh, delivery's free.
Why not?
I like the exercise.
Rogue Scrapper. I don't think we can win with this build against the Scrapper. I think it'd be safe. We're just gonna go after the crab.
Waste
2 out of 2. Make it make sense. Okay, more crits.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Hopefully we blow up something important on their board. Well, definitely want to blow up the Arc Blaster. And we blew up the memory card. Wow. Useless. Incredible.
Do you have any really small things?
Double barrel.
It's smaller than Quixel.
More gold.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Okay. Hopefully rogue scrapper, maybe.
See that plank? Walk it.
That works, I guess.
Hi, I'm Quicksilver, Master Merchant or something.
Maybe.
I made a sale.
Well, keep them in there anyway. That is extra damage. Let's look for a fight so that we can catch up on experience. Didn't get one. That's really strange for day 3, but okay.
Go ahead, underestimate. It makes this more fun.
Yeah, I don't like that. Kinda need to blow that up, please. It is a problem. Thank you. The only issue here now is that I still can't really win here. Scaling on this stupid cargo shorts. Yeah, we needed to hit this first. That kind of screwed us over.
This is how you win a war.
Unlucky. Missed the 1 out of 2.
The sooner the blade, the quicker the fight.
Come on in. Let's chat. I should lower my prices.
I would spar with you, but this leg. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Gold double barrel on day 4 isn't bad. We need to find a crow's nest. We should be alright here, I think.
How about I help you get
Our DPS should be good enough.
back in my day? We won our fights with nothing but grit.
Yeah, let's look for a fight.
a
Cool.
graduate of the Dueling Academy. Tremble!
What do I want here? All talk's not bad. I think we probably want the gunpowder, though.
But I was an honor student!
Hey.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Adira is our strongest. Oh, does he know it?
Regen.
Or Nufu.
Yeah, 10 regen's good.
I think you had a breakthrough.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
Dive weights.
I think that suits you beautifully.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
I may
All
be
right.
young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Ah, solo weapon builds. Well, that's kind of a problem.
You fall like a boulder. I know like the wind.
Yeah, they have the build that I need. I need a crow's nest. It's just not getting it.
We take pride in our restorations.
Haha. Now this will inspire the crew.
I can't really see these things!
Starting to think rocket boots aren't good transportation.
More gunpowder, okay. Aquatic.
Hello.
Alright, let's see if Crow's Nest shows up. Probably won't, but... No. Would have been nice if that were the case.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom.
Wow. Okay.
I was expecting you 0.5 seconds ago.
I'm not gonna re-roll there. It's a bit
Go
much.
ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun. You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Uh-oh. Alright, well, it would have been better to blow up one of their weapons. Because that really screwed us over. Thank you so much for missing again. God, harpoon is so useless. So useless. It's crazy. I just don't understand.
You're huge. Do you have any huge items?
Alright. Nope.
Try Barcoon. He needs to get his numbers up or something.
Okay.
Gigamart, we have everything, so you can have everything.
Of course not. Why would you ever have the items that I need?
Of everything.
Oh my god, this build is so weak. We're on day 6, we don't have a crow's nest. Awful. Awful. And you blew up a pelt. Good lord, man. They really need to change harpoon to like not like to actually target useful items. Like blowing up useless items is a waste. It's such a waste. Like why?
I can forge some for you.
Of course not.
No armor.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Alright. Oh boy. That's not good. Square Vanessa, so this is useless. Yeah, of course that would happen. Of course that would happen. Ah, God. Okay.
Reward the peaceful, punish the war. Use that for the good of all.
No crow's nest. God, this game hates me. Why?
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Crow's nest, please.
Buy,
Good
don't
lord.
buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Ah, man. This is really a damper. I might not even win against the Viper Tyrant because of how bad this run is going. Blew up another useless item. Second useless item. Wow, this thing is a piece of shit. I can't wait to get rid of it.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
So terrible. So terrible.
I would never debase my words by haggling. If you want cheap junk, go right that time.
Oh boy.
Bazarians are weak by choice. The ancient wormcat technique destroyed many sphinxes.
Okay, crow's nest, please. Nope. And of course not. Ah, man.
never resell this. Did you see it, Quicksilver? I made a sale!
Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist, you should know I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oh god, fiery cutlass, and they... Every other Vanessa has a crow's nest except for me. This is a joke. And oh my god, he had the cheat death. I didn't even see that.
You move in straight lines.
Wow. Wow.
Lift you up, back onto your path. Have you ever considered becoming triangular?
Ships may sink.
What a waste.
I'm a good swimmer.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Still no crow's nest. My god.
Small items, small people. I love them all.
Jeez. What the hell, man?
Come to steal my potions. Filthy.
This is stupid. This is so stupid. This is why I hate playing Vanessa. Like, Vanessa used to be one of my favorite heroes, but like, I don't know what they did. Somewhere along, like, the tweaking of Vanessa, like, I have just not had a good run with her in like months. Yeah, I rotate through the heroes pretty evenly, but like whenever I play Vanessa, it's always a bad run. Look, still no crow's nest. Day 8.
This is how you win a war.
Crazy.
Make deals, not war. I can feel our energies resonating.
Still nothing. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, we already used our cheat death, right? Fuck.
But I've seen my share of storms. Go ahead, underestimate
Oh boy.
me. It makes this more fun.
Oh, this is... yeah.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Alright. Day 9, looking for a crow's nest. Still not here. Still not here. Wow. This is unbelievable. Ah, man. Okay.
You've just taken the first step toward
Nope.
taste.
And of course not. I don't even know. I don't do enough damage for this guy. I really want to fight him, but so I can get the skill, but it looks like not. I might even lose to this guy, to be honest.
Is that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Great. Medium items. I think I'm just gonna go for damage.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Greetings, old friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you.
Deadly. Yep. Okay. Duly.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Alrighty. See what you got. Drill. Fire. Okay. Well, that was another close one. Get a friend. No, I think I will get health instead.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Day 10 still do not have a crow's nest.
Nice to see you.
Wow. I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just so disappointed. Well, I think I'm actually going to die. Oh, are you kidding me? Wow.
Blame the crew for this?
Wow. Wow. Oh boy.
Small
All right.
things remind me of seeds, acorns, home.
Good lord, I've seen Lighthouse like
okay.
5 times.
Maybe next time.
Crow's Nest, dude. What the hell?
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
This is insane. I'm missing literally one item from my build, and it's like completely fucking over the entire run. Oh god. Okay. Well.
Time is long, but I have none left for you.
Each bounty gets us closer to victory.
Well, I'm just going to stop playing Vanessa, because that was painful. 10 days. Never found a crow's nest. Went to every monster encounter that had one. Never got it. Good lord, man. I swear, sometimes this game really just wants you to feel like agony and pain. It's always on Vanessa too. Like I said, I play the heroes pretty evenly. And whenever I go to Vanessa, it's always like, oh well, you just get to eat shit, I guess. It's like, oh thanks. That feels good. Every time. Every time. Oh cool, we got a ticket with one of those. Oh, a lot of these rolled pretty high actually. That's nice. Cool. Alright, let's do one more. Yeah, let's do another dually. Maybe we'll have a better setup this time. Right, guess we'll go weapon core again. Toxic Mantis.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. I've got 4 legs because I carry this company.
Let's go for the Viper and hopefully we'll get the Fang. The last 2 times we've been here today, 2 or 3, we've always gotten the Gland for whatever reason. Okay, 1 out of 5. Nice.
My battle days are over, but my weapon,
Drill.
if you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
You're huge. Do you have items?
It's kind of much for a reroll. I will take the plasma grenade though.
Blah, blah, blah. Bye.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I almost lost that, which is crazy. Thank goodness we didn't. Man. Sure.
You see landfill? I see buried treasure.
Crypt.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
I was hoping we would get I just lost my train of thought.
By a child, you might examine that. It takes real confidence to let a kid.
I was hoping we would get like something for the Mantis, like the boots. The rocket boots would have been nice. Region? Yeah, sure. beat the Scrapper with this setup. I think we're still too slow. We'll just go with a giant mosquito to be safe. There we go. That's alright. We do want more bug friends, though.
Use these things.
Can't reroll there because I am too poor.
Oh, Dooley, I'm so glad to see you. This one's strong. He'll keep you safe.
Alrighty.
You are a child, and I will punish you. Every failed experiment lights the path to success.
Well, that wouldn't really work. Yeah, probably not. Alright. Jason item burns. Tool? Another drill? No.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Cool. Slows or freezes. Haste. I guess we'll just leave it there. I think rather than thrusters, we probably want the nitro instead because it can charge.
Worth all that.
Actually, Gunner would be good here. Oh, that works too. Non-weapon, sure. Or
no
bugs,
weapons?
maybe?
Leave with big bargains.
We'll get that just in case.
People first, profit 10. Do you have to leave already?
We don't get the level. That's too bad. Okay.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Mac, that's won both days. Oh, he's a level ahead too. Oh boy, that's bad. 100% chance to crit. I am dead unless I can kill him in the next second. Nope.
None have proven worthy.
Lifesteal's too much. but we can do that. Then I think we can do that as well. Maybe I'll put that there instead. Yeah.
I was expecting you 0.5 seconds ago.
Oh, spider. All right. Haste or slow. Slow or freeze. I think we'll stick with that for now. Armadillo. I think Raider here.
Tells me to hurt.
Now I'll never captain it.
Not bad.
All things in moderation. Life and business. Not too big, not too small.
I was hoping to get another bug.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Is this thing stuck? There we go.
That's okay. It was nice to see you.
Whew. It's gonna be a rough fight, I think.
I can see you're going places.
Or not.
But I'm chasing you.
Sure, why not?
Steps in the staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Man, no bugs, huh?
Can we make this quick? I hate flying.
Okay, there's several good things here. Talisman's good. Rocket boots, gunpowder.
I'll just
Both skills are good, actually. Nice. Let's go with a temporary boost. Non-weapons. Man, they really don't want us to find those bugs.
Comes from a negative place.
That's crazy.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
This one is pure weapon spam. Probably not going to win this one.
Bravery without strength is a sword without
No, because there is that 1 second of nothing happening. That was a loss. It always feels bad to lose to that, but there's really nothing you can do. You just kind of have to eat shit and die. Well, let's hope for a fight. Of course not. Okay.
The finer the meal. Fire's
It's
remorse
good.
never. Be remorseless.
No bugs. Really? Wow, that's like the 3rd day in a row that we don't get any bugs. Oh, God. That's good enough. Let's see. Slows or freezes, burns, haste, slow freeze, poison, or burn. Haste, slow. Oh no, that's for this one. Poisons or burns. And then there's the nitro. Alright, let's do something like that. Let's see where this goes. We don't have scaling anymore, so that's gonna be rough. XP?
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Man.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
Yeah, I don't know. This game really does not want us to do well today.
Makes this more fun.
I'm looking for really common items, and I'm just not getting them. Oh boy. Oh no. Man, it would be really cool if I had the freeze bug, huh? The only one I don't got. Why? Because the game said no. That's why. That's why. Alright, let's go Curio.
Cycle. Relax. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
I don't even know where to go. I guess Thug.
Don't be a
Maybe we'll get
hero.
Bonk.
Just
Get lucky.
hand
I
it
don't know.
over.
One of these isn't bad either. Even Strength would be okay, I guess.
Tough out here. Okay.
Oof. Not really, but it's fine, I guess. Freeze. Sure.
You've been slowing the Tar District traffic.
Wow.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
We'll just boost damage. Yeah, it sucks too because the further you get along with the higher rarities, the more like your pool gets diluted, and so yeah, the burn's gonna kill me. Wow. I've lost that many days in a row, huh?
Have you ever considered
Okay.
becoming triangular?
Well, I do deserve it. I mean, I'm just getting literally nothing. Like, I haven't really been able to power up my build in those days, so of course I would lose.
Cast aside your destruments!
Sure.
Glad we could share this experience.
Why not? Let's go with that. Let's get rid of that.
Use that for the good of all.
Greetings.
Oh. Oh man, fuck this game. I'm so over this. I hate being tilted like this, but like, just the last couple of games have been so bad. I'm literally getting screwed out of my build because of an item. Oh, God. Alright. What we get? It's good. Feather's good. Sure. Not the friend we were looking for, unfortunately.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Nope.
Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Wow. Wow. Still nothing. That is crazy.
In 100 years when...
Oh. Love it. Okay, let's try that again because we got rolled back.
Place, right? So,
Okay.
how about this weather? Oh, you're leaving.
Let's see. Well.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Okay. Did it push me forward as a win? Is that what happened?
I am literally the...
I'm like super confused. Huh. That would be weird.
I thought I'd reached the limits of the art.
Okay. Sure, let's do that, I guess.
How many Droidicans did you liberate today?
Oh, look. Finally.
I hope our friends help you, sir.
Poison burn, slow or freeze, haste or slow. So we need to do that, I guess. Okay. Hopefully that works. Enchanted items. I mean, I'll take a look, but I can't really buy anything.
What can I get?
Icy isocoric freezer. Okay. It's a lot of shiny stuff, but not really anything I can use. Okay. Alright. Another dually. 3 wins. Day 10. That looks scary. Alright.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Alright, I really need, like, upgrades for these. Just not having them just does not work.
Tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
No.
Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Yeah. I mean, that's nice. I just wish we could take advantage of that more, but we don't really have any. Don't really have anything. Yeah, let's go with that. Coolant leak is pretty good.
Smart choice in your life.
At least I think so. Ooh, mimic. Ooh, so it could blow up an item. Hopefully it blows up the nitro? Okay, it blew up the drill. Well, we should be fine. Fiery Fang. Well, that's something. Alright.
Fine, here's some gold. Okay, now found me something. Something huge.
Mac. Ooh, this guy's going freeze, kind of like what I was doing initially on our Mac run. I almost won too. Toxic Icy Claw. Scary. Oh, that brought me exactly to 0. That's crazy. Okay. We should be okay here? It turns out we're fine. Loot, please. Okay. Burn items, you say? I guess we'll take a look. That's not really a burn item, but okay. I mean, I guess it has burn in it, so that makes sense, but it's not necessarily a burn item. Whatever. Ooh, that's not good. Ah, damn it. we're there. Wow. Okay. Crazy. Okay, let's do one more. Let's get a Mac run in. Second one of the day. Shielded ruby, heavy smelling salts, heavy Tazidian dagger. I don't know. Double slow. So it'd be slow for 2. I think I'm gonna go with a shielded ruby. A myrrh, okay. Not really my cup of tea. Ooh, this is tough. I'm pretty sure no matter what, I lose this fight. Yeah, I lose day 1 because I need more. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll catch him in the storm. Wow. I didn't expect that. Okay. Alright, so... burn item. Of course, it's another ruby. Can we get... Can we get, like, candles or something? I guess that works. Probably gonna lose this opening one though. Ruby's nice, but it is literally just a support item, so... Oh yeah, no, he's got Nightshade and letter opener. Yeah, nope. This is an auto lose. That feels bad. Yeah, if only there was something that could stop poison, but no, poison goes through shield. You can technically counter poison with healing, but no matter how much you heal, like if you heal for 1,000, you'll only take 1 poison off. So really, there's nothing you can do. Like, you get poisoned, like, unless it's a low number, you lose. You resign yourself to losing. God, I don't even know. No, we're gonna get rid of you. We're gonna get you, and then I think we're gonna try and make Ice Claw work again. Maybe. More burn, of course. 3 golds. Can I beat the rogue scrapper? I will give it my best shot. We'll see. Probably not, but I think once we can get past the shield, it should be okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to get some damage in on this guy. Oh, he's gonna heal at least once. Okay. Alright. Okay, okay. Okay, lifesteal, sure? Candles. Well, we don't have anything that's, like, quick enough. Sulfurs, maybe? Ooh, upgrade bronze item. Okay, let's upgrade the ice claw.
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
It's a familiar name. Okay, so it is bugs. Okay. I still think we lose because of the poison. Yeah, that's just gonna eat through the shield. And nope. It needed probably 2 more seconds. Yeah.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
Okay, so we got that.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Sure.
Enough, friend, but I'm glad
Start of
you
each
bought
day is
this.
still something. Now let's do that, I think. Fireflies. We have nothing that slows. Probably get a Quicksilver though. In fact, let's do something like that.
Small items, small people. I love them all. Oh, okay. Maybe next time?
We're probably alright. I'm just worried about my health. You know, it would have been nice if I could get a brace. Did that crit? What the hell? Wow. That was like a 4% chance to crit, and I got crit. That's crazy. Not really the best. Candles. I mean, it is more burns, so sure. Bronze. Yeah, okay.
With more time comes greater perfection.
I should warn you. Unlike other Jabarians.
Well, that's actually not a bad one to transform into, actually. Alright, nice. Finally got a win on day 3. Ooh, restorative. Okay.
Make deals, not war.
Tome's not bad.
I'm so glad you could show this.
Let me see.
Use that for the good of
We're not really doing poppy fields, so I guess we'll just leave that as is.
People first, profit 10th.
Ooh, freeze potion. One item for 1 second. I guess I'll wait on it.
Don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Let's go after the brawler. Still pretty weak. I did kind of want to chance the retiree, but yeah, let's not risk it.
Well, anyway, I've got to get back to work.
Okay. Sure.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Ooh, excuse me. Fight, please. Of course not. Sure.
There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
You do see these tusks, right?
Oh, shielded ladle. Okay. This is kind of scary. Oh, come on. Seriously. He's right there. You couldn't... just couldn't let that go off. You just had to let the tick go through so that I could lose. That's great. Toxic regen? Nah.
think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Yeah, why not? Let's get a tool. Cash register. Not necessarily bad, but not great either. Okay, let's do... because that could potentially turn into a potion, even though it's not really necessary. Kind of wish I had the freeze potion now, but it is what it is. Oh, nice. Freeze item? Sure. Wow.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Loot. Nah. Well, that's just coming along. Fight. Nice.
I seek the ultimate power. I have no time for you.
You should know,
Oh, whoops.
I'm a bit of a legend.
Whatever. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. No, this is a loss.
I paint
Yeah.
my ship red, but I don't
Nope.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Oh, okay. So this no longer got it. It's just straight up. Interesting. Oh, too bad that's not really what we're going for this time.
Maybe I'm not cut out for business.
Alright.
closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter. A thing of true beauty.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying. Fly from Bazaar
Sure.
instead. He actually cares about this.
And I really wish I did not pass on that that potion. Regrets.
I seek the ultimate secret. Can you get me any closer?
Well, that's what happens when you can't necessarily predict the future, right? Kind of worked out in a weird way.
Now this is health food. Literally.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Yeah, let's just play it safe. Okay. Toxic
The
Fang.
Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover
Burn
them
poison. Let's go gold here.
This life, the next.
Charge. Yeah.
Wisdom has power, but not all power has
Oh,
wisdom.
oceans.
May you
Sure.
complete the great work.
How do you hugelings use these things? I'll take it, I guess. I guess I made a sale.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Nope. Nope, nope. I don't even really know. Sorry about that. Didn't want to sneeze into the mic.
No sale. I want what's right for you.
Reload. Question is, do I pivot from here?
I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Well, there's that freeze potion. Oh, God. Why do you do this to me, game? Why do you do this? Oh, man.
You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Alright. I honestly don't know.
Fashion violation detected. Lethal force
Don't know.
authorized. Fashion requirement override. Welcome to the club.
I mean, that kind of works. I guess. Oof, not really the potion we're looking for. Gold, nah.
You're huge! Do you have any huge items? I only sell things so I can buy things! Huge things!
We need something else that's not this.
My fight isn't with you. If you insist.
So right now the Thermal isn't really helping us that much. I mean, the regeneration is good, but... Come on. Okay.
Talent.
Oof.
You should put it toward nobler use.
That was scary. Alright.
Discounts for peace.
Poison equal to regen. Nah.
I feel like that decision comes from a negative place.
Maybe something in here? I don't know. Rainbow potion. I mean, rainbow potion's pretty alright, actually. Because it does freeze. I think we'll go with the Oasis Guardian. If we can get the Waters of Infinity, that would be good. We'll see, though. Oh, cool. We got Freeze Potion again. Nice. Cool. Alright. Do I want to crit with the bottle or the claw? There's also the chance to make this icy. This would be 50%. Yeah, let's crit the potion.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. That's fine, don't care.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Yeah, not really. Okay.
It all works out.
Ooh, friend build. That's scary. Yeah, damage isn't scaling in time.
But a glimpse of your potential. Your things are so dull. Let me brighten them.
Alright, well, there you go. That's something. Upgrade your leftmost item. I think I want to upgrade this. Yeah. 3 items for 2 seconds. Okay, yeah, this is probably the only safe bet that we have, so let's go with that. Oh, sure. Actually, that's pretty good. I was hoping we could get the multicast one, but I guess that's fine. Oof, okay. Mimic. I don't know if we can beat the Mimic, to be honest. That works too. Obsidian Fang. It's good upgrade. Take 1 second off the cooldown. Well. Well, I mean, if it turns into another freeze potion, that could be good.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Assuming I live through today. Oh god. Yep. Wow. 236 value. Alright, well, guess not. Alright, well, I mean, I guess that'll be it for today. Let me check a couple of things before we close out the stream here. I think the last one we opened was from season 1, so let's do a 10 from the beta season. Start getting those out of the way. Still no legendary skin. Disappointing. Alright. I'm pretty sure this stays the same until tomorrow. Yeah, traditional luxuries. And I think I saw the pig skin that you get at the end in play. Oh no, it was a different one. Oh wow. Sick. Cool, cool. Alright, well, you know, didn't have the best runs today, but they actually weren't too bad either. It just kind of sucks that we kind of didn't really have anything going there at the end, but that's how it be sometimes. That's okay. I'm just kind of happy to be back, you know, like streaming again, getting into a routine. So, yeah, that was really nice today. I just want to say thanks to y'all who are stuck around to watch and everything. I do appreciate it. It's been really nice. And I guess what happened to my stuff? That's kind of weird. All right, just give me a second here. My thing went offline. That's very strange. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for now. Like I said, thanks for joining me today. I do appreciate it. I should be back sometime next week, once things are more settled in and whatnot. But until then, thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you when I see you. Please have a great rest of your day, and I'll be back next week.